Hello, everybody. Hope everybody is doing well today. I can't think of much. I'm still weirdly not a yappy person, I think. I mean, I yap about stuff when I get something on my mind, but most of the time it's just me concentrating on whatever I'm working on. Okay. So, like always, let's get into game. See if there's any new issues. Now, you can see all the Endermen in the Enderman melter. This should all be fine. Hopefully. Silver's over a quarter full. Steel's about half full. Good to see. That all looks fine. Now this is probably done. Grab all the calcite. Nope, you're running good. Yep, never got a second piece of titanium yet. Slow going. Still looks happy for the most part. Sodium persulfate's almost full. That's good to see. See how the overworld looks. There we go. There's supernatural. I'll come and get the rest here in a sec. There we go. All the peat's doing good now. There we go. All the rest of this camp got done. Get it running. Ender lotus can be used as black flowers. I guess start cross-mixing this one. Majestic cultivated. Cultivated majestic. Cultivated majestic. Cultivated, cultivated, diligent, diligent. Cultivated, diligent, cultivated, diligent, cultivated, diligent. Oh, there we are. Out of bones, out of sugar. But this still has tons of sugar. Get some more coils made up. Pollination slowest, lifespan shorter. Yep, I have all these. Let's see, I now have unusual meadows, diligent common. Some more slurry. Okay. It's almost done. Now it should be the rest of those coils. All right, I still never finished out how to power this thing. Screwdriver, soft mallet, hammer. Soldering iron, crowbar. I'm guessing the soldering iron ran out of power. I gotta let that charge, I guess. I keep messing up. Soldering irons are so finicky. There we go. I need to make some fine tin wire. Alright, so I was thinking about HV combustion engines for power source for that bigger EBF. There's some more bones for growth medium. Those are still running. Yeah, I am almost out of stainless steel. refill my food real quick. Mm-hmm. Hot. Juicer. Cutting board. Okay. So let's see. I was trying to make renewable stainless steel at the new base. How far did I get? Gallium, silver, calcite, silver, gallium, tin, canth. What are you producing? Oh, electrotine. Okay, so I never set up stainless steel here. I got close. Looks like I never finished. Iron, nickel, right, it's the manganese. These tungsten pyrolusite. Scheelite. Spessartine. Tungstate. Vacuum furnace. Tantalite. Lucite. Overworld nether. End. Yeah, that's the same. Okay. It's not till later. Scheelite. End asteroids. Oh, tungstate also. And eventually rituals. Well, I might as well teach the system how to make it for the most... Well, I need some manganese dust. Okay, almost out of... stainless steel completely. And then EV is all tungsten. Yeah, that's finished. Put this stuff away. Oh, super jump. I need to step away for just a sec, and then I'll be back. get back to it here. Two of these are basically empty. Yeah, I have to deal with this stuff. No, has to be verified first. Just wanted to check that. Topaz, redstone. Get these at least moved over. Sadly, the only magnesium I can currently get is in the overworld. Yeah, probably should have taken the boat. Yeah, flying might actually be faster than swimming. Because that's what this is over here, is a magnesium mine. Alright, that is the center. Alright, I didn't bring any fuel with me. I'll need to fix that. Or no, it's this way. Alright, now it just needs power. Can't believe I forgot to bring diesel. I have to go all the way back to the Twilight Forest. Dug that whole tunnel out and I'm not even using it. I do need to go meteor hunting if I get any closer to A2. Well, I'm almost close. I'm almost to the point that I can just make all the make the press plates I'm missing. Yep, there it goes. Clean out most of this. Make sure I explored this thoroughly. Yeah, not a ton. Sometimes World Gen's silly like that. Yep. Monster, spessartine, pyrolusite, tantalite. And I was setting this up originally with long distance pipe. But I never quite got to the point that I was using this overworld base for automated refining. Because I've kind of been trying to just produce everything indefinitely. But I'm hitting the wall on the few things that I can't. I mean, if I get bees sorted out, it will be better. Yeah, I think I took out all the dark mages here. Oh no, there's still a couple. I don't think I bottled one though. But yeah, they stopped producing knights. Hey, Mr. Iron, welcome in. Thank you for the hydrate. Make sure to drink something here. Hope you're having a good day. Alright, where are the holes in my map? I haven't explored that area since the last... I've actually explored a lot of the overworld. I don't know, I've also lost a lot of map data with weird issues I've had in this pack since I started it. I'm here. I don't know. I don't feel like there's much in the overworld I could find in the loot table that I need right now. Bees. Aerial drone already. Real supernatural. Arcane supernatural. Supernatural arcane. These are the majestics. Majestic, majestic. Cultivated majestic. Cultivated majestic. Cultivated diligent. Cultivated diligent. Cultivated diligent. Nothing special there. Diligent, diligent. Cultivated, diligent. Cultivated, cultivated. Bees. Oh, and it looks like we are coming up on the break. So I think I will take a break here and then we'll be back. Okay, so I do have stuff I can process here. What was it? It was pyrolusite, spessartine. Garnet. Talc salt. Hmm. Yeah, it's better if I process this in the Twilight Forest. I have nicer machines and more power. I think I'm just going to double side this. Crushed pyrolusite. Let's see, this is what I really want. Let's see. Insert on green, insert on green. Yep. And from here, and I'd like to Kimbath it. Now I'll just, I guess, double macerate it. we'll make it impure dust. Yeah, and then run it through the centrifuge. Trying to squeeze all the manganese out of it I can. Yeah, electrolyzing is the only other way to refine it. Do I have any electrolyzers left over? No. Hmm. Yeah, I guess just grab... I'll just need to grab an electrolyzer. And I guess I'll just dump the oxygen. Because I'm already making more oxygen than I can use. Empty cable. Advanced mixer. Stainless steel is iron, manganese. Nickel, chrome. Oh, no, that's nichrome. And I need 5 more iron. I miscounted. I'm still one short, aren't I? I always do that. Get this mixed up. Well, at least it makes 9. Now, which of these do I have set up for? It's only this one. Is set to 1. Crafting. Just take a minute. Or over a minute. And yellow garnet. Yeah, because it 16 to 5, it can be broken down into andradite. Blacklist that. Add that to there. Now I should be able to request maybe a stack. Nope. Oh, I know why. I hadn't hooked this up yet. Item sinks, providers. There we go. That's all routed. Now I should be able to request them. Forgot a step. Because I thought I had enough for a whole stack. Yeah, only a tiny bit of yellow garnet. Calcite, yellow garnet dust, andradite. Da, da, da. Alright, so that's now running. Letting my harness recharge. Supernatural Arcane. Supernatural, Supernatural. Supernatural, Supernatural. Any unwary here? Diligent, diligent. Diligent, diligent. Cultivated, cultivated. Cultivated, diligent. Cultivated, diligent. Cult. And otherworldly. Right. Production fast. Nope, I already have production fast. Keep making genetic slurry. Ethanol's almost a quarter full. Alright, I have a bunch of manganese foil I never used. But that's only like 2. Wish I could do this, but I don't have access to easy Nebrisium. Yeah, I did put it in the system. Yeah, I already scanned it. Ah, I hate compartments. I mean, they're nice because they're large storage. The problem is some of the mod integrate, or they don't integrate well with other mods. Yeah, that's still being worked on. That's interesting. I think I found high fertility. Oh, that's where I left that one. Majestic cultivated. Majestic, majestic. Majestic cultivated. Majestic, majestic. Majestic cultivated. Okay, they all received that. Take one of these majestic cultivated and see if I can isolate that gene. Gotta remember to do that one next. Yeah, because right now my bees are stuck behind Industrious Imperial to get alveary parts. Because once I have that, I can get the hatchery. Yeah, I think it's the hatchery. That will let me get larvae to genetically alter. Only 10 stainless steel got done so far. Yeah, I got all mixed up. It's just waiting. Oh, these are still full. Still don't get why it quit on me that one time. Got a little bit. More stainless steel. So I have a couple ways to get my hands on a decent amount of Nembrisium, but they're both right now just slightly out of my reach. Because one is making an artificial node with Nembrisium and then turning it into a wisp spawner. Then I get a lot of Nembrisium ethereal essence. But that's not easy. And the other one is getting Essentia bees up and running, which still needs the alveary. Like, big advancement in bees are locked behind the alveary right now. Arcane Supernatural, Arcane Supernatural, Arcane Supernatural. So sadly, I'm kind of stuck tending to bees. And while I'm working on bees, I might as well just keep trying to get more of the genetic library filled out. Okay, turbo combustion generators. Because, let's see, these one, EV is all titanium, right? Yeah. Which I don't have unless I go to the moon currently. Because I'm trying to get titanium the slow way. Actually, double check something. No, there's no titanium nugget production. Hmm. Limonite, rutile, bauxite. Bauxite I have to go to the moon for. It's also on the moon. And then I don't get pure. That's not that hard of a ritual. I get it up and running. City. Enforced stone. Hmm. I guess I try to push towards blood magic finally. Alright, let's see. How much does this need? 816. Decent amount. Don't have that much stainless steel right this second. Okay, how much warp is this going to take me? Blood altar. It says only minor, but I am hitting the tipping point. Vacuous. Era. Alienus. Tentia. Ordo. Damn it. Magica, Potentia, Ordo. Momentum. Ordo. And of course I don't have any litmus paper on me. Right, magic crafting. Yeah, that's 50. But it still doesn't unlock the next Eldritch level. Here's the altar. I can actually craft it. Right, but I still got to do a bit of witchery. Right, to get the attune stone. Yeah. Oh, and Botania. God forbid they don't let you skip Botania. Yeah, I have to set up soapstone processing. And I can produce magic tallow to make sanitizing soap. witchery. I have to get the witching oven. Mechana. Instrumentum. Brico. Witchery altar. Fume funnels. Tombstone. Insomnia V-strain. I want to unlock the next level of Eldritch. But I also don't want to get too warped. Okay, gotta unlock the rest of this. I need at least those. Tombstone, this is the one that won't cause me more warp. Tentia, Ordo. Go. Instrumentum. Instrumentum. Ordo. Instrumentum. Might need that at some point. Because I do have the biome book. I could start doing biome shenanigans. Fume funnel. Box. Census. Brico. Instrumentum. Okay, before I do this last one, what's this put me at? 52. That's not awful. Yeah, fire bats are annoying. Obsidian lightning, inventory swap, random teleport. Countdown bomb. Oh, need the witchery altar. No, Herba. Terra. Ugh. Sorry, I had a couple sneezes. Candelabra, chalice, fume filter. These out of the way, since they don't have any warp attached to them. Just crank all these out. Lucrum, Humanus, Instrumentum. Refill the scribing tool. Damn it. Filtered fume funnel. Oh, it is time for break. Okay, we'll take a break here, and then we'll be back. Alright, back at it. Now how do I actually build this stuff? Because researching it is only half the battle. Use my actual one from my inventory, a tombstone. Yeah, so I gotta get a witch oven up and running. Crucible, blast furnace, steel bars, iron fence, steel plate, thaumium plate. Magic crafting. Iron rod set to 1. Yeah, thaumium plate. Tin. Steel ring. Steel pipe. Okay, so I need steel plate. Steel rod. Rod. Iron plate. Cobblestone. Oh, stainless steel still running. Gold foil, gold plate, gold ingot, thaumium foil. Did I set up bending machines? Yes. And this with thaumium foil. It's an easy one to add. Unrouted. Crafting module. Satellite. Satellite 6. Alright, now the system knows thaumium foil. I have to set up some sort of Britannia mana generation. What else? That's all I should need for that. Right, I need to send cobblestone over this way. Stack of cobblestone. There's a cobblestone. I need to get... Food solidifiers. Need at least 4 more. Question is, do I have the... I have 1 plate mold. This is steel. Electrical steel cable for MV. Yep. Make sure I don't crosswire these. Of you do steel plate. I'm just going to set these to 10. There we go, steel plate. I gotta get a thing for that. That's tin. Copper, silver, gold, chromium. Looks like I haven't set up any iron yet. Because this is all chromium. Steel, iron. Let's see, these are facing each other, so they only need one block of space. Converter. Electrum cable. All right. Providers. Then these will also just be 1 or 10, sorry, 10 ingots. Okay, I just need the molds. So I'm missing 2 rods and a plate mold. I'll do bees in a sec. There's plate. But I don't think I have rod molds yet. Rod mold. Rod mold. And I need to copy this twice. Okay, bees. Arcane supernatural, supernatural. There we go, there's the revelation. Supernatural ethereal. I can risk it. Diligent, cultivated, diligent. Okay, now that I got the... Oh, of course I have flux phage. Eldritch Revelation. Crimson Rites. Void Thaumaturgis robes. Opening the eye. I will show them. I will show them all. Yeah, now I can start using soap without worrying about unlocking anything else. I thought Flux Phage was the one that made you drop Flux Goo. Veil has been lifted. A door opened in my mind. When I look through, I see wonders. No, not wonders. What I see is I see, I see, I see, Who wrote this? I'm just waiting for the phage to pass so I don't cause any issues. It probably wouldn't be enough to cause issues, but I still don't want to deal with it if it is the one I think it is. Sanitizing soap. I do need to make the arcane bath. Or arcane spa. Arcane spa. Mineral water, purifying salt, magic wax, purifying fluid. Right, you can do weird stuff with it. You can unmagic flowers. Oh, and nether saplings. Tiny cactus, poison ivy. Hmm. Okay, there, it's finally gone. I do need to do this research real quick. Or actually, I'll fly over, put the plates in, or molds in, so those at least run. And then I guess I'll get started on the actually mitigating warp. Plate. Rod. Rod. Sono. Life. Earth. Citrus. Tentia Ordo. Machina. Tristo. Get this checked off. Arcane Spa, blocks of quartz, stainless steel bars, porta jar, arcane stone brick, purifying basalt. Purifying basalt is Salus, Sano, Cognito, Oram, Ordo. Or if I could find a Thaumcraft wizard that sells it. See, I did have a Thaumcraft wizard at one point. I think I found, well, it's been so long I'm not sure. Either I have a Thaumcraft wizard or I have the other one. No. Okay, you were the blacksmiths I was messing with. You're the white robe. Which one are you? Librarian? No, you're a beekeeper. Okay. I'm guessing these are also beekeepers? Yeah. Okay. Those are all my beekeepers. These are the white robe. Are these these are the white robe merchants. Okay. Okay, so I don't doesn't look like I have a wizard. Slime Guardian, Red Cap Cobalt. Okay, and that was all my golden lassos. Right? I don't have one in my backpack. Yeah. Golden lassos. Fine gold wire. Ender pearl. I guess. Do have lots of ignobles. Battery tolerance down 3. Don't have that one. Oh, there's cultivated. Right, I didn't have cultivated yet. Yeah. Shorter, no. Shorter. Still need water. So that still has a gene I need. My catalog. Order normal. Didn't want to cause the lag machine that is the villager breeding, but I need to find some specific villagers really quick. I don't want to go hunting for them. Alright, how do you set it up in this version? I'm gonna have to do some wiki walking. On 710. I mean, which base are you talking about? I have 3 currently. I mean, each one's its own version of madness. Yeah, this was my starting base. I mean, it's divided: auto production, storage, mob farm. Workshop. I'm a very organic builder. Things get added and deprecated as I see fit. All right, let's see. Villager breeding mechanics in this one. Villagers are entities added by vanilla Minecraft that spawn in villages during world generation. GTNH adds both new villager types and new trades for existing villagers. Not only are they a good source of hard to acquire resources in early game, some villagers offer trades that are quite profitable. Heretic and wizard villagers are key to Stone Age Minecraft, Thaumcraft progression. The lumberjack and apiarist can jumpstart tree and bee. Profitable trades. No, this is all about trades. No, this is just villager trading. Okay. Valid door. They need valid doors. A valid door is any door within a village radius where the number of outside spaces within 5 blocks in a straight line on one side of the door is not the same as the number of outside spaces within 5 blocks on the other side of the door. A space is considered to be outside if it has nothing but transparent blocks above it. All the way to the sky. A box lined with doors. Okay, box lined with doors. And doors in this pack. Are, of course, a bit of a pain. Trapdoor. 4 slabs, 4 sticks, molten iron. Do I have some molten iron laying around? Doesn't look like it. Get those. Five. Yeah, because they don't stack. Good thing I remembered that. Okay, get that melted down. Wooden slabs. Got jungle slabs. Nope, has to be oak. Well, I guess if that's oak doors, what about... I wonder if they'll I don't want to risk it. Jungle door. Hmm. Get those cut down. There we go. There's some new golden lassos to use. Molten iron. Sticks. Okay, get some trapdoors. Make some doors. Oh, I can just use wood planks for this. I believe I've got those. Somewhere hidden in here. There. Oh, that's just nausea. Orb nausea. Just make it quick. Glass box. It's been forever since I've done this, so I'm just testing stuff. And of course I'm out of glowstone. Humidity tolerance, production fast, cultivated. I need watery. Or water. The last thing I need from that drone, I think. So from what I gleaned, they just need to think there's a difference between inside and outside. I ran out of wood. Yeah, could probably run another full-size boiler here. Now that I've got this peat working decently well. Alright, that should be more than enough. Doors. See if anything happens with that. Forgot I did have some other bees. Silver lime pollen. Gotta remember to be careful with the forestry trees, otherwise they can just destroy the save. Cook that all into wood ash. Oh, never mind, I can't put golden lassos in shulkers. They are able to go in these bags, though. Probably just need to make another one of those. Well, at least emptied that shulker out. Right, they do drop emeralds randomly. Keep like 2 on me, because I need them in an emergency. I feel like that's close to what I've seen in the past. Oh, it is about time for break. So we'll take a break here, and then we'll be back. Hmm. Didn't know this was when they added the laydown mechanic. Maybe I just don't have enough to start with also. I'm not against just dumping them all in there. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Hmm. Like I said, it's been a long time since I've used those mechanics. Nope, have all those. Oh, you guys are actually counting as real monsters for once. Yeah, probably just have that wrong. I'll poke at it here again. A sec, let me check B since I just changed it today. Oh, yeah. Gotta check that corner. Ethereal, ethereal. Supernatural, ethereal. Natural, supernatural. Okay, gotta sort through all these. You're easier. Diligent, 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 cultivated. Cultivated, diligent. Cultivated, cultivated. Okay, your genetic soup. Majestic, cultivated. Majestic, majestic. Majestic. Cultivated, majestic. Majestic, majestic. Yeah, good enough. Polis. Yep, still doing okay on sugar. Ethanol. Lifespan shorter. I'm almost out of DNA dye. Yeah, I might actually have to go watch an old tutorial. I came over here to grab something, didn't I? I completely lost what it was. Came over here. I've completely stunlocked myself. Came over here for a resource. What was it? Oh, right. Rainbow cactus. I need dyes. There's all that stainless steel I ordered. Blue, purple. Like green, red, yellow, orange. Lime. I think those are all the useful ones I know about currently. Pick a bunch of these flowers too. And then extract these bluebells. Uh, All right, let's see here. Should have enough to produce at least one or two of these turbo combustion generators. HV machine hull. HV circuit. Gold cable. I'll need large stainless steel gear. Pistons. Motors. Accidentally put it in that barrel. That's what happens when I don't pay enough attention. Yeah, everything else went through. Let's see, where is my big gear extruder? Normal pipe. Ring. That should still be rod. Huge pipe. Oh, I think I exit. Yeah, I've got two rod extruders now. That's bolts. That's casing. Small pipe. There it is, gear. But it's full. But it's still got another side. Or stainless steel in. Hey Yannick, welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. This was my starter logistics pipe setup. You should see the long distance triple system logistic pipe system I have in my Twilight Forest base I've been working on. I had to fall back to this base because of bees. I didn't realize that the Twilight Forest, since it is perpetual twilight, means that I need alvearies with light sources. So I'm trying to work on alvearies right now. I've had to actually rehabilitate this base. Oh, did I not? I didn't teach it, did I? Got too ahead of myself. Was over here. There we go. There. Now it can make stainless steel gears until I run out of stainless steel again. I'm so close to having infinite stainless steel. Territory average. Yeah, I've only found average territory. I mean, whenever I can get enough titanium, I'm going to change up the system that's in the Twilight Forest, but I think I'm going to just leave this system as is. Because my plan was already to abandon this one. Pollination slowest. Yeah, I already have slowest. I think the only gene I'm missing from this drone is water. Add turbo combustion generators to the crafting system. So it can just be a simple craft. Yeah. I mean, I could have gone to the... I could have been working towards the moon, but I've been trying to do some other silly stuff. I'm kind of taking this first run, because this is definitely a pack you run multiple times. if you really are into it. And I'm pretty much, my idea was this first run is just me. Yeah, this had generators in it. Kind of fooling around and finding ideas. I personally do think once you can get your first HV circuit, this Timewood peat farm is kind of an interesting idea, especially when you pair it with nether leaves. Even though that says ender leaves, that's not right. Those are nether leaves. Because basically you can recycle the sand into peat earth, peat into fuel, and then the dirt that comes off you can then turn back into soul sand. Yeah, it's a little bit, but I've gotten it mostly. I mean, I have it all set up so it never overflows. Was that? I'm hoping that wasn't an explosion. This is the Twilight Forest. So these are 3 separate logistics pipe systems that are all passing over long distance pipe in a way that can never get backed up. I have that one running on Potentia Essentia, so Potentia Essentia generators. This is running on peat steam, and then that's running on diesel, and that's my pollution base. And I went through the trouble of researching transvector interfaces. I'm mostly just testing how I can do long distance systems, because a lot of people didn't believe you could do handoffs like this. Because the way I have this set up, this system will never back up. And you can expand these to one long distance pipe going one direction can handle, is it 400 different items? Or 400 stacks of the same item. Yeah, I'm forcibly passing. So I have all this stuff passed this way, and then I have this stuff passing back. And then that just passes between those two. Basically, the main reason I have this one separated, the Thaumcraft base, is warp. If I pull up my map here, let's turn off ore. So this is basically, I wanted to have a isolated Thaumcraft area. So the whole idea is this 3x3 chunk is chunk loaded. The 3x3 chunks around the outside are chunk loaded, would be chunk loaded. And then there's this inner ring of 3x3s that aren't chunk loaded that have currently these silverwoods in them. And that was the main reason I had that. This, I just didn't want to be near pollution if I made this too bad. Plus, plus I was making this the spawn farms, and with the item dislocator, if I stand too close, I pick up everything. So the idea was this was the base that wasn't. My idea was this was the area you wouldn't normally be in. That is the area is mostly chemical stuff, and then that's mostly magic. Yeah. Yeah, but if you never go near it, you don't need the inhibitor blocks. I've also been messing around with trying to force bigger throughputs through logistics pipes, and I've been using Certus quartz tanks by using the Thaumatorium Certus quartz duplication recipe. So over here, I this took me a while, but I've basically made a high-speed Thaumatorium system. Certus quartz, I have a byproduct of pork chops because I needed to get rid of life essence. Lead, antimony, tantalum. Right now, because the lead I have the lead. What is it? I'm using magic wax, so I have magic coming off the magical wax to make thaumium, and I have ordo coming off the magical wax to make lead. I'm currently too backed up on lead for the thaumium, and then yeah, chrome. The only thing I'm missing for stainless steel is manganese, and the only way to get infinite manganese is nebrisium, which you can only get nebrisium essence from platinum. And I have two ideas for that. Either I need to make an artificial node of nebrisium and make it into a wisp spawner, or I'm almost to essentia bees. And if I can get the alveary essentia production for nebrisium, I'd have infinite manganese. Also, I've been kind of trying to get a little bit of titanium, but I've only gotten one ingot so far from calcite. But I've only done about 2 veins of I've only cleared about a vein or two of lapis. So I've gotten like 1 titanium. This is all just experience crafting. I'm trying, but I'm probably going to have to go to the moon. I'm at least trying to get vibrant alloy before I go to the moon, which is why I need enough to run this. This is EV Canth EBF. Because let's see, these 3 Cooper nickels are all MV. This is an HV Canth, and then this is the EV Canth that I need to make nichrome, and then nichrome to vibrant alloy. Because I have some ideas, but I've been stuck behind vibrant alloy. And I have at least my first vacuum freezer. I've been debating a distillation tower. But yeah, vibrant alloy into powered spawners is another thing I'm trying to do. And then I've been running most of my chemical stuff off stone byproducts, or stone derivatives. Because you can basically get infinite aluminum, sodium, silicon, chlorine, fluorine, oxygen. I am a bit lacking on sulfuric acid. Yeah, and I just have Certus quartz tanks being passively produced. You say deep slate dust. Chlorite. I am on the newest version. Pyrope, almandine, spessartine. Oh, but I could get manganese from deep slate, if nothing else. Okay, that's one I didn't know. Pyroclast. Calcium, sodium, alumina, silicon dioxide, no. Cobaltite, cordylite, tantalite, or tantanite. Oh, okay, there it is. I did not know that. Yeah, thank you for that one. I would not have found that one because that is like 3 layers deep. Let me make a note of this. So, or actually, that's which of not make a new page. Deep slate into metamorphic into tantanite or titanite. I'm also horrible at saying stuff into titanium. Interesting, but can... Oh, but then I can turn it into titanium tetrachloride if I need to. Or no, EV can't. It's just really expensive. But I am running this on a server and paying for chunk loading with ender pearls. I did start on a clay or a brick house dungeon in the overworld. So I do have one enderman spawner that I've been using to basically keep all this running. I mean, once you get to item conduits and HV circuits, it's not... I don't think you need that much. Well, okay, you have to do the magic for the leaves. But besides the block placers and block blah 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 block breakers, the leaves, most of this stuff is just LV to do the peat bog. What's funny is this farm is actually running too slow. The reason why this part is all dirt is because this cannot keep up with how fast this time wood is maturing the peat. And this one peat bog is almost 3 steam boilers, full-size high-pressure steam boilers. Yeah, I just need I would just need enough titanium to get to there. That's MV. Yeah, so this is the hang up. So I need a molecular. I'm already making the EV circuits. Aluminum cable's cheap. Eight. Nine. 10. I only need to get to 10 titanium. Yeah. So yeah, you're right. I still got to do androdyne. But my plan was, once I get this established a bit better, is to literally just basically mine out the Twilight Forest. I just need to get my automated refining setup a bit better. Because I was also going to process down what little yellow garnet I found. There is technically the most, because you can only find small or yellow garnet in the Twilight Forest. All right, there's also Glossner. I forget that. I have a bunch of this saved up from the overworld. Oh, and I'm mining out a... This is where I was getting most of my manganese. So I could grab all the Glossler. Whatever. And get a little bit of yellow garnet from that too. But the problem is yellow garnet only starts appearing as an ore on make. But yeah, the reason I came to the Twilight Forest is basically I was going to just decimate all the resources and make this dimension pretty much an industrial eyesore, and then probably abandon it for the next idea I come up with. Because once I get Digisentia, things will get really interesting too. But that's Ivy. So Overworld Glossner is kind of sucky for me because let me go back to the Overworld and show you my ore map. Oh, got struck by lightning. It's that skeleton over there. How did you get in here? Oh, damn, I got the flux phage again. I have over 50 warp. Was gonna start working on actual warp mitigation now that I've got the second Eldritch Epiphany. So the only thing that's annoying is this is the first manganese vein I found. So I have not found any others closer. Yeah, I had to build. I actually need to go over there. I did set up a miner, but I almost set up long distance pipes all the way there. But I kind of gave up and went to the Twilight Forest slightly earlier than I was planning, and then found out I still needed to come back here. But yeah, I dug all the way because if you saw, that is basically under my ocean. Yeah, you can see I ran out of the second direction pipe. Plus, I don't have this. I don't have the overworld producing diesel, which was my planned long distance fuel source. So yeah, mine's all the way out here. Looks like you might have gotten done. Yeah, I think it got done. Grab most of this fuel back. Yeah, didn't fill up more than one steel barrel. No, I'm out of room. Pick up that one. This one. I've put off making it. And of course, mining fatigue. But yeah, basically dug an entire tunnel out here. Oh, and that was my major first oil spurt over there. That didn't last long. Probably faster to float. It's a little slow. So the funny thing is, this is only technically my second GregTech pack in the newer vein of GregTech. I played original GregTech back in the day, Um, so I'm still kind of getting used to the new stuff. The pack before this was kind of GregTech Lite. Um, FTB Interactions Remastered, they didn't have the clean room mechanic or the maintenance hatch mechanic. The GregTech part, all the mods that are in here, the majority of the mods in here, I know pretty well. Because I used original Industrial Craft Buildcraft. That's how I've been playing for that long. I remember when those were the new thing. Craft book, Buildcraft, Industrial Craft. But it's been forever since I've played 1.7.10. Well, I did take a chance. I did spend some time playing Regrowth. I believe that's 1.7.10. Yeah, no, I didn't. I wouldn't have touched this pack probably back then. Yeah, no, I'm not saying they haven't put in a lot of effort. They definitely have. No, okay, so I need to take most of that to the Twilight Forest. Don't need these. Utility normal, shorter normal, flowers. Effect none. I've got all that. Okay, let me do the bee roundup. Ethereal, ethereal. Ethereal, supernatural, supernatural, ethereal. I'm gonna make this pure ethereal. Cultivated majestic. Of course you did that. Majestic, majestic. Majestic, majestic. Oh, ran out of honey drops. I mean, I remember when bees were new. I've been doing manual bees since before genetics was even a thing. Majestic, majestic. Of course, it had to be the princess that didn't come out with double majestic. Active and recessive. Let's see. And you lost your nocturnal. Nope, I've lost it completely. Yeah, I shouldn't need any more cultivated majestics. Oh, there we go. There's now Unweary starting to show up. Unweary diligent. Cultivated diligent. Cultivated diligent. And of course it is on another drone, so I'm going to hold off on that. Cultivated diligent, cultivated diligent. Cultivated diligent, cultivated diligent. I kind of wish all the mutation frames weren't a pain to make. Because I was almost... No, this need... Because the easiest one to get is this one, but this needs magic crafting. It's the only thing I don't like is that until you get to Digisentia, there is this Thaumcraft magic beast crafting is annoying as hell. Like you can automate infusion and alchemy, but beast crafting. As an old thaumaturge, it's the only thing I dislike about the only thing I really dislike about Thaumcraft. I gotta figure out. I was trying to remind myself how to do villager breeding in 1.7.10 because I need to get I was going to try to get wizard villagers to get easy bath salts or spa salts or yeah. No, it's purifying bath salts because I want to get these trades. So, from my understanding, I think I agree that the current. So I'm, let's say, early EV. Up until now, what 700 hours in, but I've been taking it slow, 800 hours. I think I agree with the devs that probably Thaumcraft is the biggest sticking point. And like I just kind of ranted about, I think the only problem I have with Thaumcraft as an old Thaumcraft player is beast crafting. If they gave us some sort of even if it was really expensive, like even EV, I don't know, some sort of weird crystal crafter to do some sort of basic automated beast crafting alternative. I think that would fix the bottleneck I feel like there is in Thaumcraft in this pack. Besides that, I haven't really. I mean, most of the issues I've had, I've made for myself. Because I could see a so a weird idea. It's slowing me down. I had really bad luck with I'm okay. Kind of another sad thing. I am no, it's not just Centavis. I am on the edge of having any artificial node I want. It's literally just that it's so I did eventually capture a 7, a 5-6, and a 4-5. Sadly, that's a fading node. And then I've been using an Essentia Dynamo. For the longest time, I was using this Essentia Dynamo to refill my wands, and I'm still been stuck at a copper-capped Greatwood Scepter and an iron-capped Thaumic. because I also haven't made a high enough reduction suit, because I didn't make boots. If I made Boots of the Traveler, a good Boots of the Traveler that did I could maybe get a better wand, but yeah, it's the Centavis system really only attaches to one node source at a time, which would be fine if I could make artificial nodes. But the thing that's capping me from artificial nodes are a decent source of the ethereal essences I need. Because I have the ability to make ethereal shards. And I have the ability to, and I have a one that's big enough to jar nodes. So I can make, I have 2 of the 3 parts to make artificial nodes. The other part is ethereal essence. And the thing that's been capping me on doing the quick artificial node is powered spawner. Oh, it's time for a break. I'll go over it more when we get after the break. So we'll take a break here, and then we'll be back. I'll stand over here. All right, should be back from any ads now. Hopefully no one got completely railroaded by horrible ads. Yeah, my main issue is I wish I could make a good artificial node. And that's kind of been, I've been trapped from that by powered spawners. I have an Eldritch Guardian in a soul vial. So I have if I got a powered spawner, which is what I'm trying to work towards, vivid alloy, I could make a um, artificial node that has all 6 aspects. But the other problem is you can't auto. There is no auto crafting for beast crafting, and most of the time you're using the majority of your one for one craft, and then you have to let it refill. Technically, not until Ivy applied energistics 2. That's why I call it Digisentia, because you get access to A2 in EV, but you don't get access to Digisentia till Ivy in this pack. Or UV. I probably have that. I'm probably mixing them up. Yeah, it's just V's crafting that doesn't scale. And I could see 2 fixes to this. They give us some sort of crafting table. I don't care if it's super slow or it costs a bunch of extra resources. Either a crafting table that doesn't take V's power. I could see maybe saying 1 shard for every 10 beasts it would take. So say like this recipe, it takes less than 10, so you'd need to sacrifice 1 of each crystal. Or hell, make us make where are they? If they did want to give us some sort of gating thing. Where are they? Yeah, have us use like slivers and have another recipe for these. But I mean, even a crafting table that accepts a wand would be miles better than just this. I think in my book. Oh, I did find a Tutamen node. This was a naturally occurring node that has an aspect that degrades into all 6 aspects. So I was working towards if you make, what is it? Node transducer, node stabilizer, 4 transduction amplifiers, 6 vortex attenuators. You can make any node into a wisp farm for its aspects. So I was debating on making this Tutamen node a Tutamen wisp spawner, and then having another way to access artificial nodes without needing vivid alloy. But I gave up because it was just too annoying to craft. And I am getting close to vivid alloy. You have to find a hungry node, and then you have to deal with a hungry node. And if you want to deal with a hungry node correctly, you need vortex attenuators. Because the vortex attenuator is what shuts off hungry nodes. Without them, you risk basically losing everything. But yeah, you could dump like rubber sheets into a hungry node. I have done hungry nodes in the past. They're just a pain, and in this pack, I worried you could lose a lot of progress if you aren't careful. But again, that's limiting you to one maybe one or I haven't tested. But yeah, no. So if I take this is what I've been using as my network switch basically for recharging this wand. Even though, let's see, what effect? Just messing with me. So this is technically in range of both these nodes, but it's only drawing from this node. And while I have any node connected, this will not draw from this Essentia dynamo. So yeah, I basically have to keep switching this. And the bigger, and since the way energizing nodes works, it's the square root. So to get higher and higher numbers, you need a higher amount of the aspects. I think the only way you could do that is, do I have any sticky pistons on me? I could test that. Yeah, I was breaking down sticky pistons for Machina. So there's two ideas to that. Let's see. Can you put a vis relay on a sticky piston? Yes. Can it move a vis relay? No. Now the other question is, yeah, it's making that connection. No, you can't block it once it's established in this way either. So a rumor I heard was that the devs might be getting to a point where they might start trying to rewrite the Thaumcraft system, which is a big undertaking. And if they want to do that, they could. But I think the bottleneck issue can be solved with one mechanical feature. And that's just allowing this to have some sort of auto crafting alternative. Either an item that can take in Centavis, a machine, but then you still have the node issue, but that you can deal with in another way. Like, say I want to do a craft like this, I really only need a node that has Pertito and Terra attached to whatever the auto crafting table is with whatever wand. Because once you start making wands, you basically have access to infinite of lower level wands. Like, I could make 10 of these copper capped Greatwood Scepters. The only problem is I can't move them in and out of these tables. Because that's another idea, is if you could recharge these outside the table. But as far as I can tell, there is no eye-sightedness to those tables at all. Yeah, I mean, I'm super close to, if I just took the time to make this stuff and this Tudemin node, I could technically make an infinite amount of 6 aspect nodes of different sizes. Because once you have a wisp essence that has either so some of the big GTNH, I've been running around too much. Some of the big GTNH players that I've seen do the Examinus Alienus from the Eldritch Guardian. And if you put these in equal amounts in a artificial node, you can energize it for all 6 aspects. But you only get that if you have access to a lot of Eldritch Guardians. Now, I did get lucky and find that Tudemin node, which is a complex aspect that has all 6 derivatives. The only thing that would make this even better is if I found a Nebrisium node. Because if I could get my hands on a node that had Nebrisium in it, I could make a Nebrisium wisp spawner, and then that's also a 6 aspect. But it's also an aspect that's hard to produce for alchemy crafting. But yeah, no, it's really the bottleneck I have is auto crafting. If I could just have an alternative to auto crafting here, I don't care what it is. I almost don't care how resource intensive it is. Either physical resources or Centavis resources. Like hell, I'd almost even take maybe a double cost. Because you really don't need anything above 70 until you want to jar nodes. Even a double cost, like this is only 70. That's an infusion, that doesn't matter. That's under 70. Like, it's stuff like this that would become horrendous at double cost, but I mean, auto crafting plus having the ability, having the downside be making yourself a better node is its own issue. This was my solution for not having Digisentia for alchemy. And this I could also expand to do in automated infusion crafting. Because you can actually do automated infusion crafting like almost immediately after you get infusion crafting unlocked. Like I built the wiki sorting system, but it's really slow. Like, yeah, the sorting system on the wiki basically allows you to put any recipe into a thaumatorium and it will eventually craft. But it's not as fast as this. This is the equivalent of having jars connected. Let's see. Lead's a good one. So if I take like all this lead out, look how fast that's crafting. This is basically jar speed. you see barely any pipe fighting. Every once in a while it pipe fights, but it only takes about a second. When you use the automatorium that has to pull across the network of non-dedicated lines, the reason I was able to solve pipe fighting is basically using these buffers. So each of these lines is only one essentia. But I figured out infinite pass-through, and I figured out how to speed up the thaumatoriums. And I don't need any of this lead. Yeah, now it's almost created two more stacks. And now it's probably waiting on... Yeah, now it's waiting on actual production. So it used up everything in the buffer. Which I am only using iron nuggets. And then down here I'm just turning nuggets back into ingots. I did have a little issue with lead. If you put lead into a GregTech machine, it immediately turns into, or lead nuggets, it turns from the other type of lead nuggets into GregTech lead nuggets, so they don't. I have a lot of pipe bouncing because of it. Yeah. Thaumcraft lead nuggets, as soon as they touch a GregTech machine, they turn into GregTech lead. The first nugget turns into a GregTech lead nugget. And that's the only one that has an issue. Like, I was messing around with, okay, maybe I'm wrong. Lead's the one that's the issue. I think I tested with copper at one point and it wasn't as bad. But yeah, I've just built this bounce barrel for this. And then I melted it down and then reconstituted it into lead ingots. I was working on this. This was a physical jar exchange system, where I actually figured out the redstone to do jar placement and pickup when they get full. But that's a pain to mess with, or to set up. Basically, for every jar you want to use, you have to set up a 2x3x1 area of redstone contraption. That's why I work so hard on getting this system to work correctly. So right now I have red alloy for Machina and a little extra metallum. Honey drops for... what is that one? I can never remember it off the top of my head. Bermudo and life essence, but I'm just turning the life essence into pork chops. Magic wax for Ordo and Percontio. Iron ingots for the majority of my metallum. Nether quartz for Potentia and Vitrium. Or Victus. I always forget how to pronounce that one. Also, different versions of Thaumcraft have different names for different aspects. Thaumcraft 4 and Thaumcraft 5 have different names for, um, if I remember correctly, Lucrum changed from Lucrum to, now I can't remember the other name. Oh, and then a water boiler for Aqua. And I'm using the Aqua and the Vitris to duplicate Certus Quartz. So I'm basically turning Nether Quartz into power and Certus Quartz by adding water. Yeah, this is basically Digi at home. It works pretty well, but it does cost a lot in hardened leather for these bellows. Because this is probably the most annoying part. Tanned leather. Tanned leather, LV pistons, great wood slabs, air shards. If you have a powerful enough wand, you can stack craft in the crafting table. It's just, you can't auto craft. I've lost my current train of thought a long time ago. Okay, you're still running good. Did you use up all the sulfur I brought over? Yes. Are you almost full? Okay, sodium persulfate's almost full. I've been letting the system eat all the sulfur so far, and I've actually been bringing over extra sulfur from the overworld. I haven't added XP crafting sulfur to this system yet. I was letting it get full of liquid because I was testing out storing the majority of the metals, the majority of the base metals in the Twilight Force base in molten GregTech molten form. Right, I wanted those guys so I could get a large amount of warp reduction. Probably need to check bees again. There we go. Getting ethereal, which is the stepping stone I need for Essentia bees. Good, you all came out as pure ethereal. I want to keep the diurnal nocturnal. Okay, so I don't need any of you now. And I'm making more than enough bees to not need those for DNA slurry. Okay, the Majestics. And you still have cultivated on you. Why are you being so annoying? Majestic cultivated. Majestic. Let's mix you guys together. Don't need these majestic cultivated anymore. I mean, I've also been doing weirder stuff like I went with an Iron Golem backpack over a zombie pigman because I like fall damage reduction or feather falling instead of um, I don't mind the slight burn damage. Cultivated Diligent. Need you guys to be producing me unwaries. Diligent, diligent. Diligent, diligent. Cultivated Diligent. Don't need any of those anymore. Because these were all noble cultivated that I was using to get the Majestics. Yeah. Like, I can fly around and turn off my thermostatic harness without ever caring. Plus, I have a Last Stand 2 Flower Band. And at least two major XP farms. Like, I could have a lot higher XP if I wanted. Also, I was very unlucky with Division Sigil, so this was the majority of my mob farm for a long time was agitated blue slime. I had to fight a wither myself to get a Division Sigil. Are you talking about the ones in the current version of the roguelite like dungeons? I mean, I've played with various roguelike dungeons before in other packs, even um hmm. Okay, so 2.8 they changed up the loot tables. I think I did see that, but they were okay. I never found a wizard tower. That was the other thing. I had to make this crafting table or this enchanting table myself because I never found a wizard tower. They're okay. I kind of wish this pack had. So in at least one of the late. Oh, I ran out of dye. That's why this has stopped. I need more blue and purple dye for DNA dye. There's 4. I'm kind of wish they had the because in a later version of roguelike. Oh, I know which oh, I got a nature compass. There is no biomes near me. Like I've found at least 5 clay houses or brick houses. The only thing in a later version of roguelike, there is a, or I don't know if it's in this version and they just turned it off. There are Thaumcraft dungeons. And no, I have all those. Okay, maybe that was added in a newer version of in the 1.8 version of roguelike. But if those were able to be backported, I almost feel like those would be nice for Thaumcraft. Because they give you access to well, in the newer versions, they give you access to a lot of the taint enemies without having to blight your own area. Which I found out is actually kind of hard in this pack. I tried blighting an area of the Twilight Forest, and it didn't really take. As far as I know, it's just, I don't know if it's an add-on to Rogue. It is part of. Let's see. Can I pull up? Because it's part of the FTB Interactions pack. Or at least remastered. Which I say, like I said, is like GTNH light. Because it uses the I'm trying to look up the mod list right now for it. I don't know. I had a lot of fun with Interactions Remastered, but excuse me, it's not as robust as all the work that's been put into GTNH so far. Yeah, I'd have to dig into that. Yeah. So before doing this, I did a whole playthrough of Interactions Remastered. I almost went to Terra Firma Greg instead of GTNH. I still want to play Terra Firma Greg, but I've been kind of waiting for that to get a few more updates. Because I almost played it right before they did the major create update. The only thing is, I haven't been able to stop. Thought I had these leaves figured out. I mean, if you want, yeah. That's the only thing I kind of wish I had access to is the the roguelike Thaumcraft dungeon in that pack. Plus, they spawn in swamps, which would be a nice additional dungeon to find. Because as far as I can tell, there's no dungeon biome or swamp biome dungeons besides these brick houses. Oh, then maybe I've just overlooked them. Because I've seen most of the. I think I've also just gotten unlucky with stuff. Because let's see. Oh, the wooden outpost. Okay. I didn't, I have not seen any wooden, I couldn't find any mountains with wizards towers. Haven't seen any wooden outposts. I've mostly found castles and brick houses. I did find a one with a fireworks. Oh, okay. It has an alternative. Okay, they look very similar. So I wasn't entirely sure if they were the same mod or they were different mods. So that's on me. I thought they were the same mod. I mean, the big thing I don't like about Interactions Remastered and Thaumcraft is it's Thaumcraft 5, which is chunk power, which is a whole nother issue to deal with. I'd rather have nodes, which I personally hope they do for Thaumcraft 7, but I don't think they're going to. No, actually, no, it does look, well, okay, they're doing the 6 aspects of Vis. So they might do nodes. Chunk power was the original Thaumcraft mechanic. I personally never liked it. I personally was a fan of the nodes and node bowling, which didn't come around till, was it Thaumcraft 4 or Thaumcraft 3? Oh yeah, is it CHOF? I always forget their name. But yeah, the guys that do all that stuff finally are getting around because they updated FTB utilities, they updated a lot of their other mods, and then they I mean, it's been maybe half a year since there's been an update on it, but it sounded like they were finally getting around to Thaumcraft 7. I need to make an actual functioning village breeder, villager breeder. What am I missing? I do only have 9 villagers. That's what I didn't want to see. but I didn't want to have flux in other... This is why I don't like the flux plague. Hopefully that was all of it. I need to probably grab some ethereal blooms. Damn it. I didn't want to have to go spam crazy with ethereals. Oh, that's how... Forgot I left a hole up here. That's how zombies have been getting in. Okay, pure ethereal. Now I just got to get these to actually match. Diligent, cultivated diligent, cultivated diligent. Pure cultivated, pure diligent. All right, let me go grab some more villagers and see if that's the issue I'm having with villager breeding. Because I did see something that said you need 10 villagers. I only have 9. Let me make sure that's not an issue. But yeah, I know they are using the... I forget if it was... I think they were using ones again. Were they... I can't remember off the top of my head. Because I know in Thaumcraft 6, Azanor's last version that he still was trying to do. I think he was going with the Caster Gauntlet. Because that's the big thing of Thaumcraft 5, was that's when he went back to the chunk power system and introduced the Caster Gauntlet. No, that's just kind of a normal Sinister node. Which chunk power was either every chunk had a set amount of power. It would, if it had less power than chunks around it, or if its power dropped, it would try to absorb chunk power from adjacent chunks while recouping its own slowly. And then if you did flux events, then basically the thermometer had the chunk power / flux gauge. Give that a minute to make sure that doesn't start working. I bet I have that set up wrong, but Okay, out of DNA dye again. I need to set up a factory for an actual factory for DNA dye. Glowstone, redstone, purple dye, blue dye, molten blaze. See if I can set up a simple color rainbow cactus farm. So if you break these from bottom, you get them all. Okay, that's interesting. Get out my Silk Touch Lumber Axe. Right, I was going to bring more sulfur over here, but I didn't. I need sand. No, I don't have any fences on me, do I? I was going to see if you could use the old... I've got... Yep, okay, these do use vanilla mechanics. But I probably want to put these in a spot that I won't pick them up all the time. And that's why I don't put my why I don't have my magnet in my baubles, so I can put it in a bag. Okay, this is the center. So I technically have a bunch of space over here. Someone did help me figure out if there's a way to get, at my current tech level, to get Carbonite unstable tools. I just haven't actually done it. Should grab some more glowstone. I did align all my chunk loading with the ore chunks, so I can use the ore chunk guide to know if the area I'm in is chunk loaded. Glowstone blocks. There you are. Only need like 16. Get some more glowstone nooks. I'll store some extras up here. Glowstone nooks. I mean, railcraft anchors are rather out of date at this point. I don't think. I mean, personally, actually, it's time for break. I'll go into spiel on railcraft after the break. I personally have always liked the idea of railcraft, but it's never been implemented very well for one major reason that Crate basically fixes. Yeah, I'll figure out a better plotter. Okay, so we'll take a break here, and then we'll be back. All right, there we go. Ad should be hopefully over. So, Covert Jaguars Railcraft. It was never. I don't think it ever. I was a fan of it. I remember when it was new. I don't think it ever really accomplished what the mod set out to do. Sad to say. And what I mean by that is it never allowed you to make trains. It gave you extra options for railcraft or for railcart networks, but the actual train mechanics just never worked very well. And the biggest issue was you always had to unload train carts one at a time. You could never multi-load, multi-unload. And I did some testing before I actually... that's too far. Before I actually started playing this fully, I did some railcraft testing. Because I have tried so hard in the past to make railcraft work. I did come up with... I was able to load and unload a diamond chest cart almost instantaneously in this pack. I did figure that out, but you have to use the tick speed up. whatever the artificial time block is for GregTech. I think that's about the right size. And because the main reason to use Railcraft never worked correctly, I don't think there's any reason to use the chunk loaders from it besides in older versions that don't use. I mean, the big thing Railcraft chunk loaders have going for them is they do have a cost. And they are, the variety of chunk loading is nice. But you're kind of adding a whole mod just to get one effect, in essence, is the way I see it. And it just... eh. I should have put the other side first. Oh well, I can do this. Yeah, I'm short like 2. I did find out these have the time void clocks have a hilarious side effect with nether portals. They increase the random pigmen spawn chance. Or do they need more light? Yeah, they just needed more light. Now how am I actually going to pick these up? Maybe vacuum hopper of above. Trying to get that one to grow so I could get the last 2 pieces I need. There we go. Now I just need one more. Do, 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 do. There we go. Just trying to get one of these outside ones to grow again. Yeah, I should have floated these. But I think I can make this work. Let's try to get all my glass back so I don't have to make more. Alright. Oh. Broke one, or didn't put one. Do. Funny thing is, I only need like 5 colors. But blue and purple are annoying to get other ways. Okay, you're not actually there. Alright, that wasn't the issue with them. Blue, purple. Random explosions. Nope. My outfit is atrocious. But it's functional. Yes, I do use dump chests, but I do try to be slightly methodical in where I put stuff. I don't need those. Yeah, I don't need these honey capsules in there. I should put them in here. I did try to come up with a system that uses wax capsules for things, but by the time I could actually make them in mass production, I could just um, slime farm steel from infernal mobs. All right, that was. I tried making ethanol a really stupid way. Let's see. I was thinking about making probably just vacuum hoppers. I can't think of any other thing off the top of my head. Vacuum chests. Low voltage chest buffer. Intercollector. Hmm. I think that's too annoying to make. I'll just make some simple vacuum hoppers. And I need to build storage. Obsidian plate. Yeah, still got some ender pearl plate. Let's see if I can get away with using one. That's too far from the floor. Yeah, it's too far that way. Maybe 2. Because if I put the barrel in the middle, and get a second one. See if this collects most of them. Now it's going to take a minute. There we go, there's water. Done with that drone. Clean those up. All this to speed up DNA dye production. I just realized I need some more fluid suppliers. We used up a bunch. Have the system work on those. I'll just replace those once I get them. Doesn't seem like quite enough. Let it run for a minute and make sure. I'm just going to run conduit out. Nothing special. Alright, pick that up. Maybe as long as it catches the initial pop, it works. Let's see, 16 colors? Four forks drawers. Right, I locked them, so I need to actually set them. Not my favorite version of storage drawers. It's not a bad one. There's ones I dislike more. Man. Lime. Magenta, pink. Red. Black. Yellow. Or no, that's gray. Black. Green. Oh, no, I was off. Light gray. Switch those out, and then I don't want to put it there. Yeah, one more down. I'll just give blue its own full drawer. Because blue's more important. I need it for more stuff. And then I think I'm just going to whack some 2X's on the, or Mark IIs on these. Of course, I don't have enough parts. I need a few more item sync modules. So I'm going to use those as the default storage. And then I'm going to need to order some new provider modules since I'm going to use them up. And this is why I didn't care what colors went where. Do I still have... Yep. There we go. Those are all plumbed into the main system. Now, there's one little piece of dye still floating there. Looks like most of it gets picked up. Eh. There we go. Another reason not to never go down there. No, this can be done in LV. Active supplier, partial, go 38 die. Do I have an extra? Yeah, that needs an MV melter. Do I have any extra MV fluid extractors? Yep. I might as well use an MV mixer. Okay, I need more active suppliers. All right, and I need redstone, glowstone, and blaze powder. That's funny. So they somehow made their way all the way up here. So this original system was all triple 16 amp LV. Because you can technically pour an infinite amount of amps into a battery buffer. So I've got 3 sets of LV 16 amp steam turbines. This was me trying to push the LV lossless cable as far as I possibly could. In a very silly way. Actually, that's not a bad spot there. No, I think it's the teal one. Or light blue. I always say teal, but that's not. Yeah, just use some LVs. Of course, I felt something was wrong. Well, ruined this factory. Something exploded also. I'm not sure which machine actually exploded. Oh, and this was one of my most important lines, because this is the first line I built, and it also had some weirdness in it. All right, it's right there. All four sides. Upper 3. All 4. Yeah, I pointed it the wrong direction. I was thinking backwards. And then I think I came out here because I needed more space for a machine this way. Now the only question is, do I still have all the infrastructure to make more red alloy cable? The system thinks it does. Okay, it's time to make more red alloy wire. me check bees to take my mind off it real quick. Ethereal, ethereal. Diurnal, nocturnal. Short, normal. Let's try those together. Whenever I make a big mistake like that, it always takes the wind out of my sails for a bit. Because now I'm trying to really focus to make sure I don't mess it up again. And, well, really focus to make sure I get everything put back in the proper spots. Okay, I think I can lock in Majestic there too. Cultivated Diligence. Cultivated. Cultivated Diligent. Cultivated Diligent. Alright, it's going to take a bit for that. Okay, what pipes did I blow out? Mark 4 or Mark 3 is definitely the one that had these recipes. I'm betting it was there because this is a rod extruder. Somewhere here I had a tin melter. Is that what exploded? No. That was you. Extractor slime. Gelatinous slime. That's what definitely blew up, wasn't it? You're just a provider. Because I think I had a centrifuge down here. Centrifuge that had Yeah, I was bringing in. No, that doesn't work. Maybe it's farther this way. Or maybe I should put it farther this way just to give space. Because I think this was what was making me glue. Where was this other extractor pipe? Yeah, this was making me refine glue. That's a provider. It's here. It's molten rubber. That's what it is. There we go. Now I just need enough wire to put it all back together. And then I'll at least get back to status quo. And try not to burn up my whole factory again. I'm completely out of oxygen. That's annoying. Right, this whole system's broken down again. Um... Alright, it's time for break. We'll take a break here, and then I'll be back. Okay. I still don't get why I'm getting random dye popping up here. I'm gonna go borrow a bunch of oxygen from the Twilight Forest. let my harness recharge. I guess if you want to see how I started, like 700 hours ago, there I do have a VOD channel on YouTube, original MaRul full stream. I have the entirety of the series so far on there, but it is, sadly, it is raw VODs. But I do my best to take the minimum amount of breaks that I do. Normally, it's only a short, like 5-minute break every hour. But you can easily skip through the breaks and stuff if you want. But yeah, if you want to see how I keep messing stuff up. No, it's fine. I get down on myself when I mess up something like that. And of course, I haven't set up cable production over here yet. Oxygen. A decent amount of extra oxygen here. Oh, damn it. I keep forgetting that's for cells. There we go. 62 Surges quartz tanks. This was oxygen, right? Yep. Yeah, 2 million liters should be a nice jump start to getting this back and running for now. There we go. The Twilight Forge space is a slightly better system. I figure some of the issues I have with this system I perfected. Just delete a lot of this silicon dioxide. That should run for a while to rebuild oxygen. Alright, solved everything that got blown up. I just got to get power back to it. See if I can just run those nonstop. Because I think I've stabilized that species enough. Cultivated diligent, cultivated diligent. I've almost finished Majestic, and I still have yet to get Unwary, even though I've been running Cultivated Diligent to get Unwary twice as much. Still never solved my pending warp issue. Alright, slowly getting this put back together. Did I even start using this one? Yeah, but this one's not being used. Slowly putting the pieces back together. Because if I don't keep this factory in a running condition, I run the risk of one of the stupider things I do, which is I have a bad habit of disassembling factories before I have the next factory running fully. Which usually puts me in the position of having to rebuild the previous factory again. Which is what I'm... The whole idea was to try to keep upgrading factories by just building out a whole new one. Alright, so... I should just... No, I just need to take the parts I actually want. Don't need the tantalite. Sertine, glosser. Need at least these. Lucite. Glosner dust. Redstone. Sertine. Yeah, don't really need any of this other stuff currently. Might as well take all this over to the Twilight Forest. Oh, thank you. And I have the flux phage. Woo, warp insomnia. Give it a minute. Oh, okay, it went away. There's all that. I'm just going to leave the rest of this here for now and come back to it. Okay, so I got to work towards this. Also witch oven stuff. Yeah, need to make a bottle mold. Witchery. Fume funnels. Altars. Chalice. Tombstones. I think that's most of the witchery stuff I need. Trying to think if there's any other places I can steal cable from, but most of this is not 16x. I didn't really start using 16x till down here. This is the part of the warp sicknesses I don't like. Okay, what did this one spit out? A wary cultivated, diligent, 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 diligent. I tried to wait for the time that the princess randomly rolls the new strain I'm looking for. So I collect drones until I get to that point, or until that happens. And then I use all the drones I've collected to try to reinforce that strain. Or species. Whichever term you like to use. Three, four, five, six. 6 pieces away. Could technically steal from here. Yeah, that works too. Okay, if I've done everything right, now everything here should have power again. And be connected. Ah, damn it, I fell back in the portal. I should see if I can request another stack of stainless steel. There, have that work away for me. And with that, I think I'm going to call it here. So, normal plan still. Nothing's come up. So, tomorrow, another stream of GTNH starting at 11 p.m. Pacific time. And then Sunday, it's going to be Graveyard Keeper modded. Besides that, I don't really have much. So, thank you all for watching, and I will see you next time.